10 minutes to write your answers on the answer sheets. Now, during this 10 minutes, you can write your answers as a group. Now, after the answers are written, basically these answer sheets will be collected by our stationary coordinators, and the stationary the next phase is going to be the derangement. In this derangement, we will ensure that your answer sheets, basically everyone will get not their own answer sheet. After this is over, you will get a 5-minute review phase. In this 5-minute review phase, you will have to go through the answer sheet which you have been assigned, and this will be done completely randomly. And during these 5 minutes, you'll also have to assess the strengths and the weaknesses of the answer sheet which you're going to evaluate. Now, after these 5 minutes of the review phase are done, we'll be having 2 rounds. The round 1 is going to be the critique round. In this round, each team will get 2 minutes. In these 2 minutes, you'll be essentially having to present the strengths and the weaknesses of whatever answer sheet you are going to get. And the time restrictions will be very strict, so please don't exceed the time limit. And this will, again, the order of presentations will be announced by the podium coordinator before we start the round 1. Now, after the first round of critique is done, we'll be having we'll be essentially assigning you your own sheets, which you had originally written. Now, after this is done, we'll be having the second set of the defense round. That is round 2. In the round 2, basically what you'll have to do is you'll get 2 minutes, and you can essentially defend your or basically rebut regarding your answer sheet. So there'll be 2 sets of 2-minute rounds. Round 1, which will be the critique round, and round 2, which will be the defense round. Now, after the defense round is completely over for one particular subject, we'll be moving to the question making team and our judge clarifications, where they'll be asking you questions or any clarifications if they want. And also a few general instructions. The first instruction is A, adhere to time limits. B, whatever you're going to write on the answer sheets, only if you write it with a pen, we'll be considering it for evaluation. Anything written with a pencil will not be considered for evaluation. And also, apart from that, please be civil. Please critically analyze the answer sheets and evaluate them. Don't resort to any ad hominem attacks or anything like that. Basically, and apart from that, I think, yeah, these are the, yeah. Do you have any doubts with the format? Yeah, sure.
How long do we have to assess their paper before the 5 minutes are?
5 minutes. So you'll have 10 minutes to write your answer sheets. The stationary coordinators will collect it, derange it. Then you'll have the review phase for 5 minutes, where you'll be assessing your the answer sheet you get. And then we'll start round 1 and round 2. Any other doubts or clarifications? No, so basically whatever you are going to write, we'll staple it and we'll collect it. So that will be announced by the podium coordinator before round 1 starts. So that is also going to be randomly decided, and that we will announce before round 1 will start. And also one very important thing which I forgot to mention, whenever you're going to critique or defend in round 1 and round 2, mention the answer sheet, mention the answer sheet which you're going to critique on top. Like just mention which code or the alphabetical code which you're going to critique. Mention that during the critique round, and also in the defense round. That's very important. Any other clarifications? Otherwise, we can start. Okay. I hand over to Angad, who's the podium coordinator for physics. Brief thought. Thank
you. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Physics Brief Thought. Brief Thought this year is unlike any other years. We have Arijit Chatterjee here, a PhD in our department, judging for this event. Let's begin. Here we have the physics brief thought on the screen. Before I show the question, the order of presentations for both round 1 and round 2 are going to be IIT Bombay, then followed by IISc, followed by IIT Delhi, and then IISER Kolkata. This is the sequence in which you will be called for round 1, and also the sequence in which you will be called for round 2. All right. In a galaxy far, far away from the Earth, there is a nebula, a gas cloud in the shape of a thin spherical shell of radius 1 light year. At the center of the nebula, there is a star that emits radiation of frequency F1 uniformly in all directions. Gas molecules in the nebula absorb only F1 radiation and emit light of frequency F2, again uniformly in all directions. The molecules do not absorb F2 radiation. The star's intensity at frequency F1 is observed to fluctuate with time as shown in the figure. Piyush, the astrologer, is trying to predict what the astronomers would observe. Draw the variation in intensity of the F2 light detected over time on the Earth for the two figures given. Assumptions. The nebula is homogeneous, absorption and emission of radiation happen instantaneously, and the observer, we're going to ignore the observer's motion. That is, we're going to ignore the Earth's motion with respect to the nebula. Your time starts now.
Also, teams, please make sure that whatever you're writing is legible and it can be comprehended by the team that is going to evaluate your sheet. Because if it's not comprehensible, then it may lead to consequences.
Hello. One correction in the question. The graph should say radiation from the star. This is F1 intensity. Uh, should we give? We can give you 2 more minutes as a.
Teams, you have 1.5 minutes left. You have 30 seconds left. Ten seconds. Your time is up. I would request the stationary coordinators to take the sheets and derange them. You have 5 minutes to review the sheets in front of you. Please note the code marked at the top of the sheet. You must announce which code you are critiquing in round one. Your time starts now. You have 2 minutes left. You have 1 minute remaining. You have 10 seconds remaining. We will start with round one. Team IIT Bombay, you may present now. Your time starts.
Yeah. So one thing, a good point about this is Team Delta. So they were able to figure out that the shape of the graph would be very similar to what we had earlier in the radiation from the star and the radiation from the nebula. Both would have similar shape of the graphs, and then one thing is that the graph would be similar, but it won't be exactly same as what it was. So they did not show how it is different. They just made the graph, and they did not show how it would slightly vary. And then they also did not. Since F1 and F2 are different, the graph would slightly vary. So it would be kind of shifted. So they did not show that, and like specifically did not even mention it while writing. Other than that, the presentation was good. Like the question numbers were clear, and whatever graph they made, they had labeled it perfectly.
Good work.
Ten seconds left. Team IISc, your time starts now.
So we are checking the answer sheet of Team Alpha. The first strength I can point out about is the fact that they correctly found out that F2 less than F1 results in lesser flux, and of course good points for presentation. Moving on to the weaknesses. Indeed, the time difference between F1 and F2 waves cannot be determined directly since the galaxy is far away, but plotting them on the same graph implies some sort of simultaneity, which is false. And they have completely ignored the effect of emission. Let's say in this is Earth, this is the star, we are getting light from here, F1 and F2, and say at some other angle theta, the star is emitting, and it will effectively get the parallel beam, and we'll get it. And this has some time difference involved. This time difference will result in a slightly different sinusoidal variation, which has been completely ignored in their graphs, and they have plotted the exact same graphs for them, just shifting, which is incorrect according to me. And that's it. Oh yeah, they have not labeled anything on the time axis either, so I can't really tell anything at all.
IIT Delhi, your time starts now.
So we have answer sheet of Team Beta. So they have made all the observations correct, and that only the parallel component of F2 will give, and the graph is also correct. The only incorrect, I guess, they have done that they have shifted the graph by 1 second later. So for the according to us, the graph should be something like this with 2 to 4, but they have done till 3 to 5. So basically, whenever the
it is reaching the, so it is reaching from here to here. And if we see from the stars, it would also remain the same, because as the rays are emitting from here, the gases here just absorbs the rays and instantly emits it. So the first radiation would be from the gas particles at here. So it would be from start from 2 seconds, and the last would be which is reflected from this point, and which would be 4 seconds. So that's the only. Yeah.
Clarification, it was years instead of seconds.
I said Kolkata, you may now present. Your time starts.
We have the answer script of team Delta. First of all, in the graphs, they have not mentioned any labels of the either the x-axis or
Kolkata, you have Gamma's answer sheet.
gamma's answer sheet. Sorry. So what they have not labeled any x and y axis. They are just as it is. No units are mentioned, which means we don't know what has been plotted against what. Assuming intensity has been plotted against. So their plot looks something like this, as drawn in the answer sheet for the first part. Now, if this is correct, according to consideration, now if the absorption happens at 2 years, that means, and there was a very narrow delta peak shown in the absorption peak of the question, which means that when basically the star is emitting light, the other molecules in the nebula are absorbing and then they are emitting it, right? So when they are emitting it, suppose the Earth is at a constant, at some distance, but now what is going to happen is there will be a broadening because the lengths are different. However, what has to taken into consideration is that 2 to 4 years, there was no logic as to why it will extend up to 4 years. Also, they have written that the spike gets elongated without mentioning, and also that the spike is also shifted. Although in the second one, they have just shown like this, although it was 1 and not 0, and they have not labeled anything on the y-axis, so we really cannot make out anything. Light from 1 takes less time to reach than 2 by drawing a diagram of the nebula. So nothing is conclusive as to what they really want to convey through these graphs, as to why it will go up to 5 years, why it will go up to 4 years. The numbers are there.
And the strength of their presentation
I
was
said
that
Kolkata, your
their
time is up.
red depiction.
Now I request the coordinators to return the original answer sheets. Now we will start with round 2. IIT Bombay, your time starts now.
Okay, so yeah, one thing is that we did not mention time scale because, like, first of all, we made them on the same graph. So
Yeah,
it was quite, we did not mention time scale because, like, we need some precise data to exactly get the time scale of both the graphs.
and what we intended to do was just capture the shape and the difference, the shifting in the y-axis, which was because that f2 is less than f1, which we got, and that was our main intention. And we purposefully didn't label the time axis because we didn't have specific data about how far the galaxy is, or what is the angle and everything. So we just wanted to capture the shape, and that is what we wanted to represent through our graphs.
Yeah, and one more point they spoke was that the peak would like we have made the peak to be at a simultaneous time, which would be false. But I believe that it should peak at the same time. Both would peak simultaneously because a major part of the radiation would be coming directly, which won't have any difference. But yeah, when the peak drops, that time would be different. Yeah, that I agree.
Judges, do you have any clarifications for IIT Bombay?
Hi, just one question that this F1 and F2, the frequency difference, why do you think it matters? Because you are plotting intensity, right? Here, even if the frequency drops, in the plot it's given the flux, right? It's not F1 or F frequency that. Okay. So we'll explain after, okay? After, okay.
We'll ask judges after every team.
IIC, you have 2 minutes to present.
Okay, the weaknesses pointed are fair, and the shift was noted because initially while we were plotting the graph, we made the time intervals before we had made while we had made an incorrect assumption. We had misread the question and thought it was a uniform solid sphere in uniformly homogeneously distributed gaseous sphere instead of a shell, and we like calculated and made the plot after we like read the question properly and figured it was a shell. And for the time shift isn't needed, yeah, exactly, that's the weakness and that is our defense. My bad.
IIT Delhi, you may now present. Did they make it?
Yeah, so the main weakness that was pointed out was that we did not give any explanation for why the shape of the graph is this. And so to counter that, I would also like to say that the question asked to draw the variation of intensity and not to explain. So we just decided to draw it. Okay, and I also have the reason why it is elongated. As explained here, what happens is for points, for some point here, the time it takes for it to reach here is the time it takes for the energy from the star to reach this point plus the energy to reach to this point. So we take two extreme cases, this point and this point, and we calculated that the difference of them will be 2 seconds. That's why we have a 2-second difference here. Yeah, we have a so similar thing happens here. Yeah. And also, they didn't point out on any of our strengths, so that's another thing.
IISER Kolkata, you may now present. You have 2 minutes.
For us, the weaknesses that were pointed out were that the shape is similar to the radiation from star. However, the shape that we have drawn is something like this. And as mentioned that it was labeled as flux and the time was in years. However, we have not put any numbers, which cannot be, so this is not a conclusion of the fact that the representation is exactly the same as that of the data. Because it is not, and because we don't have the numbers, we cannot put it over here. So the data is probably not sufficient to determine where the numbers would lie. So because it is a complete nebula, the surface, and then gas molecules are present all over, and the absorption is happening. However, what we could have done possibly is that we could have shown a comparison of the absorption and the emission spectra to show how they are differing. That is the thing we haven't shown. So yeah, that's from Team Delta. Thanks.
Judges, do you have any clarifications for the teams to make?
So first, I just two small questions. One that I already asked. You can answer now.
So, just to which team said that F1 and F2 will decrease because there is some absorption and the re-emitted light will be of a lesser frequency? Okay, the question is, yeah, the question is directed to the team that said that F1 is different from F2.
So when a gas molecule absorbs, then we can take it that the shell is absorbing at like N1 HF1 intensity, and it releases N2 HF2. So a gas molecule has to like release lesser or equal amount of energy than what it absorbs. So basically N1 F1 should be greater than equal to N2 F2, which like, and in most cases it has to be greater than, not even equal to, because it won't like directly release all the energy which it caught.
So you were saying that if it is energy in the y-axis, that's
Yeah,
what your
intensity.
point, not
Yeah.
the number of photons, not the absolute intensity.
Yeah,
Then I
yeah,
got
to-
that. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah.
And I had need one clarification from the critique of IISC. As you very rightly pointed out, that this time lag, which is the crucial part here, just how would you go about modeling this in the plot if you want to take that into account? This when you critiquing some other answers, because we only have the code, so I don't know whose answer you are critiquing. Okay, okay. So this is a very valid point that you made. I just want few more insights that how do you like to model it.
Yeah,
this
basically
time lag.
we drew that projection, so the time lag is r into 1 minus cos theta upon c, and r is 1 light year by c, that's just 1 minus cos theta, so it will be a sinusoid.
So yeah, you will take the south pole at the present using and take the lag through the north. Thanks. Yeah, okay. These are the two only minor.
With that, we conclude physics brief thought. That is math people.
I would request the mathematics podium coordinator to be here, and we will take a little bit of time to set up.
The next question here is. That's fine. Sorry.
Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Everyone, please settle down. We are going to start the math brief thought now. Thank you. Huh? नहीं? क्या हुआ? Oh, okay, sure.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the math section of Brief Thought. So we are joined here by Dhruv Basin, a PhD student who's going to be judging. Mic is on. No, it is on. The volume is low. That's it. Okay, so volunteers, please distribute the papers. This question has no title. The meme is the title. Anyway, after attempting to stop the octopus game with a failed rebellion, Jarimo gets apprehended by the guards and brought to the front person who sits in front of Jarimo and says, "Did you have fun playing the hero? Now witness the consequences of your little game. But before that, let's play the octopus game. In front of you is a giant tridecagon, which is essentially a polygon with 13 sides. Drawn on the ground with 13 sides labeled 0 to 12 in clockwise order. You can choose to be the attacker or the defender. The attacker chooses 6 distinct numbers 1 to 12, and that's where each round starts. And just a clarification, the rounds go in the order the attacker chooses the 6 distinct numbers. Like, for example, if they choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then the rounds proceed in that order itself. The first round starts with a ball placed on the first number chosen. The attacker gets a pistol with 4 triggers on them labeled 1 to 4. The number they press is how many numbers the ball moves ahead clockwise. The pistol gets passed to the defender and they do the same. We take turns until one of us stops exactly on 0 and wins the round. So now this is a polygon, so it can skip 0 and continue in a cycle. You need to remember that. The second round starts with a ball placed on second number that was chosen and so on. Also, all the triggers with number higher than what are pressed will be jammed and cannot be pressed until the current round is over. So if you have pressed 3, then you cannot press 4 from that round, like in that round, consequently, in any of the moves. The first round is worth 1 marble, and every round is worth 1 more marble than the previous one. The loser of the round starts the next round. If the attacker ends up with at least 16 marbles after 6 rounds, they win. If you win, the games end. If not, you end. Do you think you can stop the games with a pistol? After enough thought, Jarimo chooses to be the attacker. Did he make the right choice? Now I'm gonna make a little clarification by giving an example here. For example, let's say that you start, like player 1 chooses the number 6, 3, 10 and so on. The points are given as 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. Like they are not these points. The marbles you are awarded are 1, 2, 3 and these ones. If player 1 starts in this, whoever wins that, like loses that round is the one who starts the next round. And the same, like it goes on. Any round, like the previous match loser will be the one who starts that round. Okay, so if there are no other clarifications, okay, yeah. Okay, I guess I can start the timer. You have 2 minutes remaining. You have 30 seconds. Time's up. Now the papers are going to be dearranged and each team is going to get 5 minutes for review. Your 5 minutes for review starts now. Have 1 minute left, and the order of presentation is going to be IISc, then IISER Kolkata, then IIT Delhi, and finally IIT Bombay. Time's up. IISc, please present your.
So the presentation was good. Strengths, I will say, this is by Gamma. So I will say they correctly considered the cases 9, 10, 11, 12.
Team
this-
Gamma.
So and they correctly figured out that initially starting with 9, 10, 11 or 12, this will be a winning position. Because obviously from 9 he can directly play 4, 10 he can directly play 3 and so on. That was made correctly. They did not, weaknesses are they did not consider the cases for other numbers. They could have also figured out the other losing positions. And presentation was good. And also they said that they chose this to be this for the first round, this for the third round, and this for the fifth round as a first player. But this is assuming that attacker wins the first round and loser wins the second round. This is assuming that. But there can be some other strategy in which the attacker wins the first round, but the loser intentionally chooses to lose the second round to win the further rounds. So in that case, this selection of moves will not be valid. So
IISER Kolkata, please present your.
So it is the answer sheet of alpha. So the strength of is that they actually when they started with some strategy that for a particular they consider a particular case and they started to conclude from that. But the weaknesses of that first weakness is that the handwriting is not really very legible. Second is basically so they are considering a very specific case, so that and the result is basically not very conclusory. There could be this so this is basically they are doing by some examples, but the thing is there may be some another strategy and that doesn't that is correct. So yeah, that is the.
IIT Delhi, please present.
So yeah, so the thing they have considered the numbers, like they are just checking cases where the first player wins. So when they are choosing numbers 9 to 12, they have they have shown that the player going first wins directly. Team name to बताओ अपने. Yeah. Oh. Okay. The team is Delta. Yeah. So they have shown that if the round starts on an even number, the first player wins. They have shown all the winning conditions of the even, odd, and the 9 to 12 numbers for only for the player going, which the player is playing the turn, and that is the good part about it. And I don't think any further conclusions have been made. They have just taken random cases.
enough force, the reaction does take place. So he took an ink of A on the gold plate and that of 3 secondary amines on 3 different metal plates containing 3 products B, C and D, which are respectively colored pink, purple and blue. So this is a scheme. Third question, propose a plausible mechanism for formation of P. Question 4, predict the products of B, C and D. Thus explain the reasoning behind the colors. This is the hint, the products have a ketone substituent. Teams, your time starts now.
So one clarification. Here the polymer backbone is attached to that melamide derivative. So after the product has been formed, the polymer is still on the gold substrate. So with the new product, there is polymer, suppose on the back side of the paper. You have both the polymer and the binder on that same melamide thing. And here the 0 is set with respect to the quartz plate. So if you just measure the quartz, that is there the frequency is measured to be 0 or set to be 0. In air means after you have set the gold plate or welded the gold plate on the quartz. Yeah, that is.
You have 5 minutes left. You have 2 minutes left. You have 1 minute left. You have 10 seconds left. Your time is up.
I would request stationary people to take the seats and give them deranged seats. Now you have 5 minutes to review the seats given to you. Your time starts now. You have 2 minutes left. You have 1 minute remaining. You have 10 seconds left. Time is up. Now we'll start with round one, and the order of presentation is going to be like this. First IISER Kolkata, second ISC, third IIT Bombay, and fourth IIT Delhi. IISER Kolkata, you may present now. Your time starts now.
I have the answer sheet of Team Gamma. So the strength is that they have written something about the reactions, but the weakness is that they have not mentioned any reaction. The first question, they answer, the statement is written on compression and binding, the product formed will be such that it won't have an extended conjugation as in anthracene, hence not showing characteristic color. So they have not shown which compound will be formed, because they have not also shown the reaction with anthracene, what is going to happen, how is it going to bind with the molecule coming from above, as in which bond is going to be cleaved. For the second question, they have written that we can infer that whatever reaction is happening, it is slowing down since less of the reactants are left as time passes. They have not mentioned what reaction is happening. Then they said we can also infer that reaction ends when the concentration of the sodium reaches 30 molar, and since we have 3 carboxylic acid in every backbone, which was not explicitly mentioned again as a part of the question, the concentration of polymer backbone would be 10 molar. So again, this is not very conclusive answer. COONA, they have tried to write that COOH and Na plus, but they have not mentioned anything about the resonant frequency. Why is the resonant frequency decreasing? Also, the answers to question 3 and 4 are not provided at all. They are not attempted questions, and there is no structure, no mechanism, no spectroscopic explanation whatsoever. So with this, that's all.
Team ISC, you may present now. Your time starts now.
So we are critiquing the answer sheet of Team Delta. I'll go according to the order that they have written them. Firstly, they have assumed that the reaction, for the first one, they have assumed that the reaction happens through the sulfur binder of the anthracene molecule. However, the change in the characteristic UV should be interpreted as anthracene being the reactant species, not sulfur. For the fourth answer, they have written that the color is attributed to the amine being secondary, but the amine is secondary in the reactant and the colors mentioned over there are for the product. Also, they have not mentioned any of the products being formed. For the third question, they have written that the large concentration of Na reacts with second, my bad. Second, the large amount of sodium reacts with the carboxyl group, producing the sudden increase in delta F. That might be correct, but it does not explain the decrease in delta F.
Also, because when sodium is reacting with COOH and forming COONA, the weight is actually increasing, and that should lead to a decrease in F.
In the last, which is the third, they have written that the pyrene ring goes out of the molecule. It's pyrene, right? This ring goes out of the molecule, but as written in the question paper, that pyranose ring, whatever. It says in the question that C4H8O is removed, whereas this is C4H4O. So yeah.
Your time is up. IIT Bombay, you may present now. Your time starts now.
So for the second question of team beta, they correctly figured out that the reaction would be COH plus Na would be forming CONA. But other than that, they have written that the increase of mass would cause F to decrease. Whereas in question, it is clearly mentioned that the resonant frequency increases on increasing the mass of quartz. Moreover, the question says that delta F is being measured for the difference between resonant frequency of quartz in the absence of any external mass and in the presence of any external mass. So this should not make much of a difference, like when we are adding Na. Moreover, they said that adding Na is causing the mass to increase. So in that case, even after 30 molars, the mass should increase because we are not taking anything out. So this contradicts the graph which is given that delta F is going more and more negative till 30 molar, and then it suddenly shoots up to come close to 0.
Yeah, and the solution for question 1 seems almost correct. They have correctly explained that the anthracene won't be formed and it will lose its structure and it will lose its extended conjugation. One thing, the final structure, it would have been better if they have mentioned negative charge on the carbon. It would have been better if they would have made a resonance structure and shown it on the oxygen. And they haven't attempted question 3 and 4. So this is all about it.
IIT Delhi, you may present now. Your time starts now.
Yeah. So, yes. So they in the first question they have the good point is and the team is alpha. Yeah. So the good point about this is that they have correctly reacted the anthracene with the molecule, and I believe that this might be a correct alternate explanation for it, and also that losing the extended conjugation due to which the color change has occurred. So I believe the explanation is correct, but I think there is a problem with the structure because I am not understanding how the bond shifts are occurring. And I think there is a sign missing somewhere in the molecule in the first one.
The second part is not attempted, and in the third part, they have randomly shifted electrons in the middle, and they have reached a molecule which has a carbon with 5 bonds, but they randomly deleted a bond and made a carbon with just 4 bonds. Yeah, that is wrong. And in the next step, they have inserted NR2 in the middle just to create a ring without any mechanism. And the fourth part is not attempted.
So I think the good part about the third is I think the idea about the ring shifting was almost correct, but some bond shifts were wrong.
Okay, so round 1 is over. Now I request stationary people to give the original answer sheets back to them. Okay, now we'll start with round 2. Team IISER Pune, you can present now. Your time starts now. Your time is up. I see, you can come to the board. Your time starts now.
What we did in the second part was basically we did a silly mistake. Instead of writing increase, we wrote decrease.
We wrote F instead of delta F.
Yes, we wrote F instead of delta F. So we were going into the argument in the correct direction. But yes, we couldn't explain why there was a sudden jump after 30 molar of sodium concentration. So, there was a little mistake in our part. We should have written del F instead of F, and that would have made the answer correct.
Also with the first part, yeah, we realized that the conjugation would make the overall structure, the conjugation should imply there should be resonance. That is something that we forgot to include, but that shouldn't be something that drastically changes the answer. Also, conjugation should happen on the other oxygen with a plus charge as well with the same logic, resonance.
Okay. Team IIT Bombay,
You can come to the board. Your time starts now.
So yeah, this said that in the second question, I have not written the reaction. I did not write the reaction earlier, but after 3-4 lines, I wrote the reaction, which is COH plus Na plus would form CONA. And they said that there is nowhere explicitly mentioned that polymer backbone has 3 COH groups, but in the diagram, it shows like 3 purple dots, and we have been given that a purple dot, like a polymer backbone with COH group, and there is a purple dot mentioned in the bracket. So we can infer that there are 3 COH groups in every polymer backbone.
Yeah, so first of all, the question 1 mentioned that propose a possible explanation and not a mechanism. So we thought mechanism is not required. And also we were less on time, so we couldn't give the mechanism. But what I think the mechanism should be is that the electron will displace in the anthracene molecule, and it will come over here, and then it will attack on a electrophilic position on the ink 1, and this will cause it to lose its extended conjugation and also its property of it being anthracene, which gives it a blue color. And in my opinion, the site where it should attack is the melamide one, because it's anti-aromatic if we think about it, and it should attack on the double bond. Okay.
Okay, IIT Delhi, you can come to the board. Your time starts now.
Yeah. So, yeah, I realized my mistake in the first one. I think my motivation was reacting oxygen and sulfur, and I thought that would be an alternate explanation where there might be a secondary product formed which might change the colors, which might dominate over the other color. So, and my reason for the fourth one was, yeah, so all the amines are secondary. One of the amines does not have delocalization in the ring. So I believe that can affect a factor. And one of the amines is in a ring, and in the third one,
Wait. Okay.
So I believe delocalization here will be lesser than the second one, but which will be much lesser than the second one, and it will have some effect on the color due to that.
For the question 2, where I write that COH on reacting with Na plus will make CO minus Na, what I meant exactly for the frequency was, it is clearly explicitly mentioned that the resonance frequency increases on increasing the mass of the quartz, and delta F is the difference between in the absence of any external mass and the presence of external mass. So it is correctly pointed out that if the mass is increasing, the delta F will keep on decreasing. But if Na reacts with COH, what I thought that is H2 could be evolved so that the mass would drop, and which leads to improving delta F.
Time is up. Judge, do you have any clarifications?
Hello. So like any kind of specific reaction you can think about it, like after looking at the reaction. So I mean, what kind of reaction it could be, or any idea about? I mean, I can start with like IISER Kolkata.
Question number 1 or question number
Yeah, I'm talking about the question number 1 when you're having the anthracene and the other molecule.
Yeah.
Like,
Um, basically, as nucleophilic addition, and then basically like some bond will break from a carbonyl. Like as we have shown that the anthracene is attacking the pi star CO bond of the elimide.
yeah, I think you have explained already. I was just looking for a maybe name or something of the reaction. So
Name of the reaction?
yeah. Okay, it's fine.
I
it's
don't
fine.
remember.
Okay. I think like maybe IT Delhi, any idea about the name of the reaction, like how it's like what kind of reaction this could be?
I'm not sure, so.
Okay. Maybe IT Bombay.
It is somewhat similar to preparation of H2O2 using anthraquinol.
Sorry, come again.
We use
Anthracene.
using anthraquinone, we prepare anthraquinol, and we get H2O as a product. So the reaction is quite similar to that. The 2-ethyl anthraquinone reaction.
Not really. This is kind of a cycloaddition reaction, but it has a specific name. So that's what I was looking for in the answer. But anyway, if any idea about IT Bombay on that. Okay. Coming to ISC. So any idea about what kind of cycloaddition this is? The cycloaddition between these two molecules in the first question.
We actually don't know the name of the reaction.
Okay. So yeah, it's a diel-Selzer reaction. So when you just have a 2+4 cycloaddition. So that's what I was looking for the particular name. Some of you gave some good approach, but even not very close to the answer, probably in terms of the molecule. I'll come to the another question that I have from the second part. So I think one of the group tried to give a close answer, but they'll again look into it. So any idea about why the colors are there in the product? Like you have 3 reactions, right, with a particular molecule. Like you end up with 3 different products with different color. Any term you can remember why it appears in different color for those molecules?
Probably because the difference in the conjugate length. It is basically that carbonyl is there and carbonyl is attached to like this binder for the secondary amine. So when the secondary amine is reacting, like the first one, it is just alkyl. So it doesn't show any significant change in color. But when you are going for C and D, there is a phenyl group like an aniline derivative, and the third one is more long. So there will be a significant shift in color because of the difference in homolumo.
Okay, I get the answer. So kind of say, for example, the same question if I come to IT Daily. So how could you like can distinguish like why some has like different color and the other way? Why it appears to be? Say if you have a molecule, why the color of the specific molecule appears to our eyes like pink or it's blue, or what could be the reason for it?
So as rightly said, the colors are due to the homolumo gap, and it's low enough in aromatic or conjugated molecule to be in the visible region. So as there is a change in the resonance and the delocalization of electrons in the second and C and D, so there's a change in color.
Okay.
Can I add? Like in extended conjugation, the color comes in the visible region. That's why there is a change. Like in the first one, there will be more extended conjugation in the NH one. The second one, there will be the conjugation will be a bit lesser than the first one. And in the third one, and the last one, it will have a bit lesser than the second one because it is in a closed structure, due to which the delocalization will be lesser than C.
Okay, so the conjugation part if both groups say that's more close to the answer. I was looking for the word complementary color, why it appears the exact color of a organic molecule, but it's fine. I think so one group gave the answer for this. Okay. Coming to IIT Bombay group, so I think you tried to explain the graph which is there for the sodium thing. At some point, the sudden increase is there, the delta F. Like, so some part was correct, there's an increase in the mass, and why, any idea about why there would be a sudden increase in terms of what happens to the mass?
Like I don't know why it suddenly increased, but one thing which I can infer is that reaction stops at that point and something else starts to happen. Like the reactants which were initially reacting COH, it gets over, but I don't exactly know what causes that increase.
Okay.
That's,
Any kind of force you can think about it, because the change we have except
yeah, we
apart from
can, like, we are adding Na plus ions and it is an electric field below, so
Mhm.
there can be some sort of attraction repulsion,
Close.
electrostatic force, which would cause the change in apparent mass, which would cause the change in frequency.
Yeah, I think you were close a bit. Yeah, it's the electric force that sodium was inserting at some point, because it becomes so high, the mass, like the binder goes out of the like metal plate. So ultimately there's a sudden decrease in the mass, so you see a sharp increase. So proper answer will be the electrostatic force from the sodium side. I think you were close in some point, yeah, in the answer. I think that's all, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Fine.
Thank you, Dr. Sajid Saika, for judging this session.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll conclude this chemistry brief thought. Uh, guys, there'll be no break as such between the two brief thoughts. We'll just take about 5 minutes to set up. So please stay close by. Yeah, less than 5 minutes. So wait, IISER Kolkata, who's the team coordinator?
डिफेंस के बाद वो लोग बोलना चाहते हैं
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the ECS Brief Thought. I'm Ekansh. Okay. Yeah. I'm Ekansh, and I'd like to introduce as our judge Aditya Berry Moger. Let us begin. Ride the tide. Tides are the sea's regular rise and fall caused by the moon and the sun's gravitational pulls on Earth. Oh, wow. Crazy. Tides are the sea's regular rise and fall caused by the moon and the sun's gravitational pulls on the Earth. You might remember this diagram from your school textbooks. Question 1. Why are there two bulges on opposite sides of the Earth? Shouldn't there be high tides only on the side facing the moon? Note that you can see the North Pole in the figure. The sun pulls on the Earth with a force of about 10 raised to 22 newtons, yet the moon pulls on the Earth with a force comparable to 10 raised to 20th newtons. Yet solar tides are weaker than lunar tides. Question 2. Why are lunar tides stronger than solar tides even though the solar force of attraction is larger? Lunar tides occur every 12 hours and 25 minutes, while solar tides occur every 12 hours. Why is this? The moon is slowly moving away from the Earth, and the length of a day on Earth is gradually increasing. Why are these two things happening? The great wizard Ekansh, ever jealous of the city of Mumbai and its sunsets, magically reverses the direction of Earth's rotation, making the sun rise in the west. Will the length of a day on Earth still keep decreasing? Why or why not? Will the moon still move away from the Earth? Why or why not? You have 10 minutes to write down your answers, and your time starts now. 5 minutes left. Two minutes left. Also note that the judge would find it helpful if you could include figures and diagrams in your answers. One minute left. Ten seconds left.
Your time is up. All right, you have 5 minutes to review and critique the answer sheets you've been given. Your time starts now. A reminder that it would be appreciated if you critique the theory given in the answer paper and not other things. The order of presentations will go as IIT Bombay, then IISER Kolkata, then IISc Bangalore, and then IIT Delhi.
2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten seconds left. Your time is up. IIT Bombay, you have 2 minutes to present your answer.
So we have the team delta, and for the first question they have written that the reason for the two bulges is rotation, but I don't think it is correct, because rotation will provide the same amount of almost the same magnitude of radial force in all the directions, so it can't be a differentiating factor between the places where there is a low tide and where there is a high tide. And for question 2, the solution seems to be correct, so that's a good point. And
Yeah. In question 3 also solution. In the question 3 also the solution seems to be correct, but they I guess missed the fact that it's actually 12 hours. So they have written it to be length of sidereal day, but it would actually be half length of sidereal day. But the fact that they realized that it would be a sidereal, it would correspond to length of sidereal day is good. Then for the fourth one, they have said that the moon is not tidally locked with Earth, and then hence there would be a force on the moon. But they have not specified anything about the origins of this force. And then they have written that that force would increase its speed. They have also not specified why it would increase the speed of the moon, and they have then written, and thus its distance increases. This does not seem to be correct, because the distance of the moon is increasing at a very slow pace, so its orbit can be taken to be nearly elliptical. So if distance increases, then speed should actually decrease in an elliptical orbit. So it kind of contradicts the Kepler's laws. And in the fifth one, they have written that the both moon and earth would spin in reverse direction, but actually in the question it's given that the earth's rotation is reversed, but we can say that the moon's revolution stays the same. Yeah.
Your time is up. IISER Kolkata, you have 2 minutes to present. And your time starts now.
Overall, good work by Team Gamma. For the first question, they have explained with the diagram the net centrifugal force. However, a small mistake, probably the centrifugal force, both the centrifugal force in both the directions are in the same side, directing towards the same side. For question number 5, it is written in this case the opposite of the first case will happen, and the first case I don't think they have mentioned before this due to tidal friction, as they have mentioned. So this is inconclusive. The reason is inconclusive what they wanted to say. Sixth question is left incomplete. Its magnitude decreases, but direction is opposite. The good thing is that third question they have explained with the proof of why the tidal force falls with 1 by r cube, starting from the Newton's gravitational law. For question number 5, they have shown with exact calculation that the moon is moon, however, is in a prograde orbit that is revolves around the Earth in the same direction as the Earth's rotation. So basically, the rotation of the Earth with respect to the moon has a longer period. For the fourth question, however, they have written that as the Earth rotates, the closer side experiences a retarding force. Now, there was not very, the word retarding force was not very well explained. The effect has been explained, but what is the force? That force has not been well explained. So yeah, that is about Team Gamma.
Right, IISc, you have 2 minutes to present.
I'd like to start with the third to the sixth question. So firstly, third question is explained perfectly with the prograde orbit of the moon. The fourth question, however, they have started with saying that the deformation of Earth and moon makes them not perfect spheres, which is true but quite irrelevant because the same effect would be seen for spheres. Nextly, they have written that the moon's rotation slows down due to Earth's effect and Earth's rotation slows down due to the sun's effect, which is wrong. The Earth's rotation slows down primarily due to moon's gravity. Also, the moon moving away isn't explained very well, which happens because of the conservation of momentum. The fifth question, the answer is correct that the length of the day, length of the day would still decrease. No, the length of the day should increase, in fact. Yeah, decrease, it is increasing. The length of the day should in fact decrease, so the answer is wrong. And the sixth answer again is wrong, that the moon would still move away, whereas the moon should move closer in this case. The length of the day would still increase, but the moon would move closer because of the opposite angular momentum of the Earth and moon in this case.
In the second question, there were no diagrams or a proper justification for the question for moon. What is the question? For moon's lunar tides being stronger than the solar tides, and the justification they have given, whatever they have given, seems dependent on the first question, which seems quite incorrect.
Also in the first question, the fact that there is a centrifugal force on Earth, and because Earth is accelerating, and because that is creating the tidal effect, that has not been mentioned.
Your time is up. IIT Delhi, you have 2 minutes to present.
Yeah, so their explanation to question 1 was that the tides are caused due to the centrifugal force on the water, but that is wrong, because if the centrifugal forces were the one causing the tides, then tides would be uniform in the plane of orbit that we see. Question 2 is uninterrupted, and question 3, without any mathematics and without using the fact that Earth and Moon rotate in the same direction, they have directly said that they have directly said that the moon comes a bit later than the sun, and they have not done the mathematics for why it is about 12 hours and 25 minutes.
For the question 4, it had 2 parts. For why is the moon moving away from the Earth? For this, they had just written that this is due to the fact that moon revolves in the same direction as Earth rotates, without giving any justification. And for the first part, that why is the length of the day increasing? It's more or less correct, except the fact that they had not mentioned what is the force imbalance on the Earth. And for the sixth one also, they had directly written that the length of day will be decreasing because the movement of the Earth and the moon is opposite, without giving any justification for it.
All right, now the stationary coordinators will redistribute the original answer sheets and you will have 2 minutes to defend. Your time starts now. All right. IIT Bombay, you have 2 minutes to defend. Yeah, time starts now. Defend.
So in the fourth question, they mentioned that the deformation would happen, and but the same effect would be seen for perfectly spherical objects, which I don't think would happen because if they are perfect spheres, then they can be taken to be point masses and would follow directly Kepler's laws and would be in elliptical orbits. Also, in the fifth question, the question paper mentioned that it would still be decreasing. So I misread it a bit because the word still caused me to think that it's because earlier it was increasing. So I thought that it's still increasing. That's why I said yes. But yeah, I wanted to say that the length of the day would still increase. And other than that, yeah, I got it wrong that the primary effect on Earth's decreasing rotation speed is due to sun. It's actually due to moon.
Yeah, and for the second question that they have mentioned that there are no diagrams, I just borrowed the diagram from question 1 which I had made, and the justifications also the mostly are mentioned in question 1, which explains why the sun's tidal force is lesser.
All right, IISER Kolkata, are you done? IISER Kolkata, you have 2 minutes to defend.
So for our part, due to lack of time, honestly, we could not get the time to like derive or like prove some things. We just stated them for a fact and moved on. For example, in question number 3, the why is the time delay? I can show this now. Chalk. For the delay in time, actually the revolution period of the moon is actually for like this 24 hours 50 minutes. It's actually like has the Earth's rotation time is actually 24 hours, but the moon goes around by like 24 hours 50 minutes. So for every side which faces a high tide, that so it is going to face the high lunar tide after a delay of 5 minutes from the solar tide. And for the part that why is moon moving away from the earth, this is due to the conservation of angular momentum. So due to friction from tides and all, the angular velocity of earth is actually decreasing. So to maintain the balance of the angular momentum, this radial distance of the moon from earth should be actually increasing as m is
Your time
m
is
omega
up.
square r.
ISC Bangalore, you have 2 minutes to present and your time starts now.
I don't think there was any significant critique for the third question. Moving on to the fourth question, I have not. I wrote greater gravitational pull experienced by the site closer to the moon. I I am not very clear on the specifics of how that acts as a retardation force. Magar, that's what I know, and that's what I wrote and thought was clear enough. About the fifth question, yes, our answer for that is incorrect. The length of day should in fact be increasing because the tidal friction remains the same despite the moon's prograde or retrograde orbit. And the sixth question, whereas while the justification coming from the fifth question is incorrect, the sixth question ka answer stands correct, as the earth and moon have opposite angular momenta. To conserve the net angular momentum, a decrease in earth's angular momentum should also lead to a decrease in the moon's angular momentum, leading to the moon coming closer to the earth.
And also in the first question, it was mentioned that the centrifugal force is in the same direction, but it must be in the same direction because when, suppose this is the sun and this is the earth, sun is rotating in this direction, so the centrifugal force is always in this direction. So on this face also, if this is the moon, so on this face of the earth, the centrifugal force will be along this direction. On this face also, it will be along the same direction. So we were correct in mentioning that the centrifugal force will be in the same direction.
All right, IIT Delhi, you have 2 minutes to present, and your time starts now.
Yeah, I believe we don't have any question about the critique that was done for the questions apart from question 3. But in question 3, it was told that we didn't account for the fact that tides are caused due to the moon's motion twice a day. But actually we did. I wrote that this happens at an interval of pi by omega 1 minus omega 2. So this means that tides are caused at an interval of every pi angle rotated by the moon with respect to earth. So so that's how I got pi by omega 1 minus omega 2, and the subsequent calculation follows.
Does the judge have any clarifications to make?
Hello. Yeah. So I see. What do you? What question was that for? You're talking about centrifugal force of the first one, which is.
Two bulges on the opposite sides of the earth.
Okay, no, I'm talking about the explanation you gave about the centrifugal force due to revolution around the sun being in the same direction. What is that for? Is that for the first question?
Yes, that is for the first question.
So you're saying that it's only because of the moon that the tidal bulges are caused?
Yes, we are saying because when there is a centrifugal force, we have to consider, because now earth is rotating, so there is a centrifugal force on earth, and there are the gravitational pulls of sun and moon. Okay. Now so the net force will be the centrifugal force plus the gravitational pull. Now in the when it is in the in this direction, towards the left side of the diagram, we have the gravity will be pulling towards this, the centrifugal force will be pushing towards this. And when we are on the farther side, the centrifugal force will be much more, because m omega square, it increases as r. So but the gravitational pull will be less, so the net force will still so if we shift to the coordinates, if we shift to the frame of the rotating earth, we will have that the net force on the left direction will be towards the left, and towards the right direction will be towards the right.
But like, so you're saying centrifugal force only by revolution, because rotation, do you see North Pole on the image? I just wanted to say this for everyone who were answering using centrifugal force, but like basically the North Pole is shown in the image here. So the rotation is about that axis. So if you have a bulge because of centrifugal force, it would be everywhere. So like not understanding that argument, but it's all right.
Actually by centrifugal force we mean by the centrifugal force of the earth rotating around the sun.
Yeah, got it. That's about it.
Okay, so that ends the IISER's brief thought. Thank you, everyone.
These not.
We are going to start biology brief thought now. Podium coordinator, please, Shok. I would like to request the participants not to leave. We are going to start the biology brief thought right now.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Ishan, your podium coordinator for this event, and I wish you all a very warm welcome to Biology Brief Thought. Before we start, I would like to it's open. Before we start, I would like to introduce our judge for this event, Titir Roy. Titir is a senior PhD student in Professor Raghav Rajan's lab at IISER Pune. Her work examines female preference for song and the neural basis for song preferences in songbirds. Now we have the biology question up on the screen. And without any further ado, let's start. Touch soil. Durans belong to a special group of insects called social insects. They live in unique structures called mounds. A mound can be thought of as a Duran nest, built from soil and having a complex network of tunnels and chambers. Durans are very territorial organisms. They have the ability to recognize members of their own mounds from members of other mounds. They often launch attacks on Durans from other mounds as a defensive mechanism. These attacks involve physically biting their opponent. Not all Durans in a mound reproduce. only some specific durants called reproductives can reproduce. When these reproductives leave their mound prior to reproduction, they lose the above mentioned defensive behavior in order to find a mate. They walk till they find a mate and a suitable burrowing spot, and then they burrow into the ground and start copulation. Eventually, this durant couple establish a new mound. Note that the reproductives can only walk to a maximum of 10-meter radius around the mound. Members from the same mound are called nestmates. Identification of nestmates from non-nestmates is based on detection of specific chemicals that are present on the body surface of durants. The body surface chemical profile for durants from a particular mound is the same. Pranshu has a hypothesis that these durants obtain their chemical signatures from the soil environment, and these chemical signatures are not correlated with the genetics of the durant. Note that you cannot artificially mate and grow durant colonies in a laboratory, and therefore must depend on naturally occurring mounds for your samples. However, you can keep durants collected from the wild in the lab for some time to perform experiments on them. Also note that it is not feasible to do a chemical analysis of the soil and the body surface of the durants. You also do not have access to genome sequencing. Design a behavioral experiment by answering the following questions to help Pranshu test his hypothesis using the information given. Question number 1. What parameter will you be using as a proxy for genetic difference between mounds? 2a. What will be your experimental design? Comment about the setup, possible observations, and what you can conclude from these possible observations. B. What will be your control? 3a. What assumptions have you made while designing the experiment? Why do you think these assumptions are justified? Some general instructions. Keep your answers crisp and to the point. Answer the questions in sequence. Use appropriate headers. Do not mix answers. Arguments have to be coherent. Be very explicit in stating your assumptions. Now you will get exactly 10 minutes to think and write the answer to the question. Your time starts now. You have 5 minutes remaining. You have 2 minutes remaining. You have 1 minute remaining. Note that after your papers have been exchanged and you've reviewed the papers you've received, the order of presentation will be IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay, IISER Kolkata, and then IISc. You have 30 seconds left. Your time is up. Stationary coordinators, if you would be so kind. You have now 5 minutes to review the papers given to you. Your time starts now. You have 2 minutes remaining. You have 1 minute remaining. You have 30 seconds left. Your time is up. IIT Delhi, please come up to the stage and present.
So I have the answer sheet of team beta. So for question 1, they have taken as observing physical differences such as length of insect. And I think it is mentioned in the question that we have to conduct a behavioral experiment. So I don't think observing physical differences is a behavior. So for question 2, they have taken two durant populations, A and B, and they have grown the population of A and B soil in the lab. One more point in the question mentions that you cannot artificially mate and grow durant colonies in the lab, and therefore must depend on naturally occurring mounts for your samples. So I believe that the experimental design is not appropriate, and therefore I believe the control also is invalid. For the third question, they have, I think the assumption is valid. That is a good point, that they have made an assumption that A will adapt enough to survive in B soil, and I think that is a good enough assumption. And the justification is also, I think, correct, that because they are of the same species, but it does not match with the earlier physical differences Vala factor. So I think, so I believe the assumptions are also vague in the end.
IIT Bombay, you may come up and present. Your time starts now.
In the first question, they have taken the reproducibles from different mounts and they have grown in the lab. So first of all, how have they identified which of them are the reproducibles from the colony is not mentioned. Second of all, they have mated them in the lab and the question clearly states you cannot mate them in the lab.
Can you first tell me what are you?
Delta.
And can you repeat it? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. So in the first question, they have taken reproducibles from two different mounts and they have not mentioned exactly how have they identified them. And then they are mating them in the lab, which the question mentions that you cannot mate or grow in the lab. Then in the second experiment, they have made a nice experimental design provided that their assumptions are true. However, the assumption is that the scent or the chemical signatures are not developed early in the life and they take time as they develop to differentiate. However, when the eggs have been formed and they're transferring the eggs might still take up the soil factors into themselves and develop a chemical signature. So the assumption may not be that valid.
Yeah, so in the second experiment, the assumption the chemical signature can come from 2 points, either the genetics or the soil. The eggs already contain the genetics and were in the soil earlier. So it's like not acceptable to assume that the chemical signature won't be developed very early. Moreover, in the first case, when they are taking two durants from different mounts, they say that they let them walk long enough in the same soil, but the durants cannot walk more than 10 meters in the same soil when they are trying to find a mate for reproduction. So I don't think that 10 meters, walking 10 meters in a soil is enough for them to get a signature of, get the chemical signature of the soil. Hence, the first question, like, we won't be able to conclude anything about where the chemical signature is coming from, irrespective of they mate or they don't.
Either Kolkata, please come up to the stage. Your time starts now.
So basically, first of all, the good thing they did is that they showed a cycle where they are saying that genetics determine the strength and fertility, and that eventually leads to greater working power. But the thing which I believe they would be probably wrong is that they said that the proxy for the genetics of the particular durant would be the shape and size of the mound. But the shape and size of the mound is more influenced by the environment and the time period by which the ants are making mound. So a old mound could grow up very large, but a new mound could be relatively very small. But they don't definitely indicate us that this is due to the difference in genetics of the durants which are establishing those mound. In the experimental design, what they did, they are telling that they take the durants away and they raise them in different environments. But since durants are social animals, these social animals' behavior is very sensitive to the society. The signaling cues and everything, their behavior is governed by the mound in which they are living, and the time of their reproduction is also conveyed through other ants. And the last thing is that they told the assumption that strength of the insects are same, of the same type are equal, and they said that this is due to average. But since the hypothesis here is, we have to say that how genetics is related to the chemical cues, strength won't come in the play here, I guess. So that's all. Team Alpha.
IISC, please come up to the stage. Your time starts now.
So we are critiquing the team Gamma. Starting with the first question, the proxy they have used for genetic differences is glaringly visible phenotypical differences, which is true, provided they exist. They should, obviously, they aren't going to be that similar. So I think that's a fair answer. For the second answer, they have used chemical disruptors for genetic signature signaling based on libraries of similar chemicals in other species and trying out analog molecules, which the experiment could work. And instead of using a behavioral experiment, it is this does not really count as a behavioral experiment, but sure. They have, instead of using experimental setup and what's the word, control, they have used a null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. So provided the assumption that said analog exists, the answer is pretty valid. However, the assumptions that they have written are about that nest mates can't mate with each other because inbreeding is unfavorable, which does not correlate with the experiment they have designed. The assumption and the experiment aren't aligning. That's about it.
Now I will request the stationary coordinators to give the original answer sheets back to the respective teams. Now we will start with round 2. IIT Delhi, please come up to the stage. Your time starts now.
So for for question 2, they mentioned that since they are social animals, if we separate them, they would
be not be able to survive, but it's not mentioned anywhere like that. And if we would separate them, we could even check the hypothesis of Pranshu, which is mentioned, whether it's the chemical signatures from the soil environment and the chemical signatures are they correlated with the genetics of the durant. If they live, they are not, and if they don't, they are. So
So for question one, I believe the point that they made was correct. Genetics are not the only thing that determine size and shape of mounts.
Yeah, for question 3, I think my assumption that the strength will not matter much, because I think taking large groups will not like deviate it, and take it, like on average they will have some like minor deviations and not that much.
IIT Bombay, please come up to the stage. Your time starts now.
Yeah, so in the experiment, they said that we cannot grow durant population in lab, but we are not growing it. We are just taking a fraction of population of population of durant A, and then we are just letting it adapt in the soil of B for some time. We are not actually.
For the first question, they had told that this is a bad point because we're making a behavioral experiment. However, even for making a behavioral experiment, we needed a proxy for the genetic material, which we have taken as the physical differences, such as the length of the insect, which are basically caused due to some mutations in the genes coding for the same. So basically, the differences in the phenotypes are due to the genes present in them, and which basically acts as a proxy of the genetic material.
IISER Kolkata, please come up to the stage. Your time starts now.
So basically, one point was raised that these having a using something a chemical to influence the behavior or the reproductive behavior of the organism won't account into a behavioral experiment. But I guess this is how things are happening now, because we are not genetically engineering, or we are not touching the organism genetically, and we are also not disturbing we are not doing the soil analysis. We are just trying to have a mimic of what would have been the case in environment by artificially having the chemical. So I guess it would account into a behavioral experiment. Yes, I believe that I could have taken better assumption than saying that those ant could always inbred. So that's the thing.
ISC, please come up to the stage. Your time starts now.
For the first question, I agree that it's contradicting what the question said as guidelines. Moving to the second question, the experimental setup, there was not much problem with it. The third question, the assumption, the validity of the assumptions was questioned, and while I do agree they stand on shaky ground, but why I chose those assumptions is again, it's a little vague, but if it all calibrates back to the experiment. If scent indeed develops because of the soil, then it should take long enough for the egg should be in the soil long enough for the soil and for the environment and the organism to interact. And provided they are in an egg, that interaction would initially be a little slower, probably, and even if it isn't, it would still take time. So if I am quick enough in extracting the eggs and placing them in a different colony, it might just work, provided it's environmental, of course. If it isn't, if it is genetic, then the assumption is not even required. They would develop the scent encoded by the genes anyway.
Now, does a judge have any question for the teams?
Yeah, just a question in general. This phenotypic difference that you're taking as a, and this is just directed to everyone, this phenotypic difference that you're taking as a proxy for genetic difference between mounts, have you accounted for the fact that there might be phenotypic difference within a mound itself? And in that case, how does your proxy stand? So what kind of phenotype will you choose in this case?
When like color of a particular organ on during like that's what we would screen out, like what could be the phenotypic differences, like and choose out the population.
Right. So you would choose something that's same within a mound?
Yes, and that's significantly different between a genetically different durant from another mount.
So what we are trying to understand is intramount and intermount. Do you understand the difference between the two? There are some kind of physiological phenotypical differences between intramount termites as well as intermount durants and intermount durants. How will you account for that?
Could you please repeat it once again?
So there are differences between the population intramount. Within a mount, there are multiple different types of phenotypes, and there are differences between the two different mounts.
So
how do you
that's
account?
how we are screening the phenotypes. Like suppose I have a list of these are the possible phenotypes I could have in a whole population. So I particularly select the phenotypes which is significantly same in this particular mount, but it's different from another mount, and I choose only these two for the study.
Anyone else has a better answer to that? Yeah.
We could even take the shapes of the mounds into consideration, because if supposedly the two different mounds are completely different, or if their shapes are dependent only upon the nestmates of a particular type, then that could also be taken into consideration.
But what if it's different due to environmental factors and not because of the species or the durants that are living in the mounds? How will you account for that? And just as a pointer, whoever wrote about chemical signatures of the soil, that was not an acceptable answer because it's not a behavioral assay per se. And there are so many more techniques how behavioral assays are being done. So, yeah, just let.
And with that, we conclude brief thought of Mimamsa Mains 2025. You can go have dinner, food, whatever. Okay? Thank you so much for staying with us till before 9:30. Yes, we did not touch 9:30 on the clock. Let's go.
If you guys have time now, I can have you.